these dips are getting scooped up relatively quickly. But you know what, Bill, we've got the dollar spiking higher today, but then on the flip side, we still got gold just below all-time highs. What's your take here on the gold trade? Because it seems like the bugs are remaining in control at this point.
Yeah, we run two commodity trading advisor programs called CTAs. Both are very heavily focused in the metals. It's been, September was a great month. It's been a terrific year. One of the programs closing up about 30% year to date, and to finish out September. And I mean, we've really enjoyed this move. But I'll tell you what, when we were testing and trading above 2,700 last week, it just really felt. It felt too good. It felt too good. So we actually, I don't really remember very often, I don't think at all this year. I got flat. I think I think it was the first time this year it really had no positions in the final week. But this pullback here, I think it's, I'm welcoming 2,600 just from a little overheated market, and that's where the big support and line in the sand is now going to be. But really, this is a breakout, and I've been targeting about 2,890, 2,900 in gold. I mean, there's a number of real good tailwinds here from geopolitics, the Fed's cutting trajectory. I mean, again, you asked about Powell. At the end of the day, the Fed rate is still at 5%, and inflation is moving towards 2%, and PCE has been below, core PCE has been below 3% for 9 months running now. So I think that the gold is really sniffing that out. But to the other end, do these cuts start to reinvigorate some inflation at some point next year? And gold is always sort of front run seeing renewed inflation as well. So it's going to be a very interesting trade here in the weeks to come. But I think silver, talking about gold, you can't talk about gold without silver. And silver certainly has some catch up to do. There's real life in silver right now. I'd like to see it really decisively get out above $33 in this December contract, and see $35 to $40 here before the year's over.
Yeah, it ticked above there late last week, and then fell immediately. We've seen a little bit of a resurgence in copper also. We'll see what the impact to that stimulus over in China does for maybe some of those more industrial metals here moving forward. But we can't talk inflation, Bill, without talking crude oil. It seems like there's a lot of things out there that could propel oil higher. But at the same time, is this a demand issue at this point, or an oversupply issue as the U.S. hits record production, where we just kind of push aside all the geopolitical risks and just focus on demand and production?
You're right. There are a number of factors out there right now that could force crude oil higher. But there's also a number of factors out there right now that could force crude oil lower. And you mentioned the demand factor. You mentioned some of the global growth fears. Now, China did come in with some tremendous stimulus, and that really didn't do very much to crude oil because there's fear that Saudi Arabia could come out and really try to regain market share. That is the elephant in the room right now. What does Saudi Arabia decide to do in the coming months? Do we get some news this week on that? I like crude. All things aside, I want to be long crude at these levels until it really breaks down. So we have some defined risk call spreads on. We've gone out to January, $75, $80 call spreads. I think there's some decent value there. It gives you enough if this thing really gets going. Even today, when we were down this morning when I woke up at about 4 a.m., I threw some calls on the 72.50s for November, just looking for a rip back here today into tomorrow maybe. And again, all things aside, I like what we've seen from some of the names. Exxon looks great. Kinder Morgan looks great. So across the energy space, I think there's some really interesting things to look at right now. But again, the wild card, the elephant in the room, is what Saudi Arabia decides to do.
Yeah, we've had support around $65 a barrel. Does it get down there? A lot of people are calling for that resurgence. I like that idea, Bill, going out in duration a little bit if you think oil is going to rebound into early next year. All right, great discussion, Bill. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, that's Bill Baruch, president at Blue Line Futures, breaking down some of the commodity markets and futures markets. But coming up after the break, Dan Deming from KKM Financial. He's going to join us to cover more commodity news and his outlook for equities. Future Show's coming right back.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Every morning, our analysis is your blueprint for the day. Bonds, stocks, across all asset classes on Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Welcome back to the Future Show. We got some breaking news regarding Charles Schwab. Current CEO Walt Bettinger announced he will be retiring at the end of the year, and the president, Rick Wooster, will take over as CEO and join the board of directors. Bettinger will continue to remain executive co-chairman of the board of directors. Both Bettinger and Wooster will be on Trading 360 Live with Nicole Petalides, 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So be sure to catch that interview. Big news here out of Charles Schwab. All right, we're less than 60 minutes from the cash open here for stocks on Wall Street. So let's bring in our next guest. That's going to be Dan Deming, managing partner at KKM Financial. Hey, Dan, welcome back to the show. Do we need to get our party hats out until the end of the year here, Dan? Because the optimism is reigning supreme as the S&P and Dow settled at fresh records yesterday.
They did. Yeah, one of the most powerful Septembers, I guess, from election year. I think it's the best performing September ever. So I don't know. Yeah, it by and large, it seems like, the economy is cooling off as far as inflation. The jobs market remains pretty strong. GDP continues to show growth, and Fed Chairman Powell yesterday basically said that things look pretty good. But, we heard that storyline a couple of other times when the markets showed signs of significant strength, and then something came out of left field that we weren't necessarily anticipating. And that's always a possibility. I'm not 100% sure how this thing's going to react after we get through the November election cycle. If there's going to be some issues there, potentially, but the market seems to be pricing that in. But overall, Tom, you'd have to look at this economic structure, the fact that China's starting to kick stimulus back into the global economy as a positive towards the end of the year. Although I don't think it's going to be as streamlined as that. We're not going to have a couple of, as I used to call them on the floor, tummy testers, where you're going to get a couple of weeks of volatility that may test your mental capacity to stay long.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the concern here. It seems, and I just was talking to Bill Baruch, and he mentioned that too. It seems like markets are starting to front run, concepts, ideas, maybe the election moving forward. It seems like the market wants what it wants, and you can't really break the trend at this point because there's really no outliers. And that soft landing narrative, Dan, it's still in play, right?
It is. It definitely is right now, Tom. And based on all the economic data, you'd have to say that it is, unless we see some significant shift. And I know there's been little dribs and drabs of highlighting the layoffs and some of the things that could potentially weaken the labor market moving forward. But overall, if you look at the weekly jobless claims, they're starting to trend the other direction. So there's a lot of push-pull mechanisms in the labor market, but by and large, you'd say that by any metric from a historical standpoint, it's a pretty strong labor market, even though it's coming off of its extreme tightness that we did see, the previous couple of years, it still seems to be pretty strong. I guess a couple of things, Tom, that these are undertones in the market, but they can have a tendency to flare up, and then all of a sudden, when you reflect on it, you go, yeah, you should have seen that coming. The one thing that is discussed, but probably is going to be a potential headwind for the market, is the debt structure as it continues to just grow exponentially underneath this market. Now, the one good thing the last couple of weeks has been demand for U.S. debt has been very strong. Now, as long as that remains, then that would certainly indicate that we should be able to manage it to this point. But at this, that's to me, it's still the one thing.
CVNA SGMT. SGMT.
UBXG.
ACHR. ARCO. ARCO.
AREB.
AREB.
You got to head off to work soon, Ben, or usually I don't see you on the stream this early. Maybe you're coming in before you got to go. Yeah, pre-trial hearings start at 9. Yes, all right. Well, thanks for stopping in. There's nothing too hot today so far. There's only one, and it's started to cool off already. Your wrist just a teensy right about now. Must be interesting working in a courtroom. One thing I found about liars is they'll lie until they're in the grave. I mean, it'll just until they've got nothing left but suicide. And then even then they'll just keep going pretty much. Remember Lance Armstrong? I mean, that guy, he just denied everything until they stripped all of his medals, and then he still denied it. He's like, this is bullshit. It's not true, the blah, blah, blah. And then they sued him, and they took back all their money, and then he's like, this is bullshit, and blah, 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 because he still probably had $100,000 left in his account. And then some other companies like came after him, and some other people came after him, and then he was just dead broke, decimated, morally destroyed. And then and only then, if he would admit he was sorry, I guess, Oprah would have him on the show. So then he gets on Oprah and he says, yeah, no, it's true. I did cheat. Yeah, I did cheat, and I was lying, and I'm so sorry. And he was crying and everything. I mean, you can't trust what somebody says if they're potentially lying, because they will just keep doing so. The signs are there. If you suspect someone's a liar, it's better for you to just assume they are, pretty much. There's nothing wrong with that. You're the good guy. Nothing wrong with being cautious. What are we talking about? Lance Armstrong. Bold-faced lie. What's the psychology of boldening the face? Yeah, it's probably a squid thing, an octopus thing. But anyway, no, you're just having a play on words. But yeah, I think that's where we get blushing from. You've done it. You've had to lie. You've had to tell a bold-faced lie. Yeah, I hate lying. Really, because when I was like 7, I had a just morally crushing experience lying to my mother. I just, that was, thank God I did, just morally crushing, just like it was over whether or not I ate my tuna fish sandwich, I think, if I remember right. But I was on the floor just bawling, like I couldn't believe, I had like betrayed things with the truth. I stay away from people in general. Everyone is up to something. Yeah. The older I get, the more I love being a hermit. But yeah, there's probably been a time. Oh, there was a time when I was dating multiple girls. This was probably 20 years ago, and I hadn't seen this one girl. Had been answering her calls and stuff for like a week or two. So we finally went out for lunch or something to meet up and talk. And she said, "Do you still like me?" And this or that. Are you seeing somebody else? And for some reason, I wasn't finished saying what I wanted to say, but I said no. But I was going to say but, or I was going to explain myself or whatever. But like she changed so much. Like she started smiling. She's like, oh, and everything seemed great. And I was like, oh, well, shit. Now I'm stuck in this lie. And then I think she sensed it over time. Like we just drifted apart. Because, like, that kind of like just kills the relationship. But yeah, I just hate it, I just hate it. Anyway, we got 5 minutes till the market opens. I'm just watching this SLXN to see if it'll bounce off of this base area here. There's really not a ton of things looking great today. So far, I mean, yeah, there's tons of things up over 25%, but they don't all look very good. So we're kind of holding back here. Ooh, here's something. Toy W, but those are warrants, I think. Toy would be the main one. No, W. Okay, let's see. Nope. Excuse me. Even that sucks. This one's like a normal shape. Other than I would have liked to have seen it put in a higher low here. It's kind of like just roughly respecting the base it's in, which is less good than I wanted it to be. It should have held like that and then tightened up over here. Anyway, Ben, you probably got to go. What's up? Market still in a slight uptrend, right? Yeah, I love the market. The market's looking great. Power trend is on. Like that is balls to the wall, marginable position sizing for swing trading. Not for penny stocks. I'm talking about anything that's market correlated. Okay, so mid caps and up. If you have swing trading you're doing, that's obviously bullish, long, then IBD, Investors Business Dailies, William O'Neill's, what is it called? Like calculation says that yesterday power trend turned on. That's a day where you not only are you investing in the market, but you go on you go balls to the wall. You go on margin and you leverage, whether that's 2x, 4x, 7x. So the man became a multi 200 plus millionaire. So, and he created a bunch of 200 millionaire disciples using his method. So he is the man. He died just recently. You remember your dad hovering over my bed about a lie. I eventually caved in. Well, that's good. Yeah. You're the only one that can keep yourself honest, You become who you want to become in life. That's, not wanting to disappoint someone is not enough, I just, am generally I try to be kind to others. But they're always surprised when they try to take advantage of me and I kick their motherfucking ass. Because, they thought that I was such a nice dog. But yeah, if you fuck with me, I'll bite hard. You don't fuck with me. But I'll still be kind. I still choose kindness. But yeah, I have no mercy for bad people, really. I'm perfectly fine with them finding their evolutionary end point. What'd you say there? Kindness is the smart way. Yes, sir. And what did you say before that? I'm reading now. FLGC. Man, I am so sad that I didn't went into FLGC with you. Went up good today. Oh, did it? I'm not in it. So I missed it, or I already traded it, or something. Let's see. I think because it pulled back hard here, I got out. I'm not sure, but that was probably something I did get in. It looks really nice. Yeah, I might have made some money on the way up a little bit, or maybe not, and then it pulled back. Yeah, I probably sold it at 75% pullback there on the candle, but then yeah, it's moving again. But that would have been an entry yesterday, even if you weren't in it. That would have been a flag breakout entry. Okay, I got to get the Twitter stream ready. One sec, guys. All right, Ben, see you later. You probably have to go soon. Yes. 9 o'clock. There we are, and we're live on Twitter. Okay. Yeah, this SLXN is not shaping up well. Did we have what was this economic event this morning? Tuesday morning. Let me see. Information just came in. Okay. Job openings in line. PMI in line. No surprises on the market. A bunch of Fed speakings today. And tomorrow. Thursday at 10 a.m. will be PMI and then jobless claims in the morning. And then Friday, NFP and unemployment. So, yeah, it's not that crazy of a week. If the market wants to move, it's got some room to move. All right, see now, I don't like what I'm seeing here on the SLXN. And just put in orders to sell, and they're not getting filled, which means I'm having to chase down probably. Still no fill. I think price might be breaking down on us here. Wow, still no fill. Oh, no, yeah, no, I'm doing it right. I thought I was selling at the ask. No, I'm selling at the bid. Still no fill. Price is just pushing down and pushing down. On SLXN, this is the breakout point. I wanted to be out just like, a penny, like right around here. Yeah, I'm having trouble getting out now. Chasing down. Okay, good. Got a little bit out there. Could be a sign that it's bouncing up just a tiny bit. So maybe it'll catch some of my other chased sell orders. But that's SLXN. That's the only thing really moving around right now of note with volume. SGMT, possible trade going on there. SGMT, but maybe it needs some more, some time. Yeah, see there, it just keeps going down. SLXN. pain in the ass when these very nice bases fail out. We are 27 minutes before the market opens. Basically just getting all out of SLXN. Well, yeah, but a better entry on FLGC would have been yesterday. But yeah, I mean, it's hard enough to bet on a move following through for the next day. So 2 days in a row. It's hard enough, you know. So getting in on the second day of movement, that's, you know, that's just even worse. All right, all out on SLXN. Well, that's not a good sign. It's going to have to reprove itself now, I would say, potentially. It's going to have to VCP from there. All right, after that, next best looking thing. Okay, so I see some MGRX is having some momentum. MGRX, let's keep that on our radar. Okay, so this is making a move. And now let's see what kind of pullback it makes. So far, the pullbacks have been bad. They've been too deep. Let's see where this goes. And now MGRX is up 55% since yesterday, right at this moment. That starts to heat it up a little bit. But we really are looking for 80 or 90% plus stocks. MGRX. Yeah, yesterday was a beautiful day. Size today should be an increment higher. However, my first trade already failed out on the top leading candidate. So 3 strikes and I'd be back down at minimum increment, minimum size. That's strike 1. I've got other stuff that I'm holding from yesterday, a lot of alerts that we put out, some of which are doing good in pre-market. So we'll visit those, but let's just keep an eye on this MGRX, which seems to be moving good. SGMT is not terrible either. Nice high tight flag here. 375 entry. 60 stops, 15 cents of risk, 600 shares. I might go for that here. There it goes. SGMT. I might not even be able to get in right now. Let's see. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm in with 2 cents of slippage. And there it goes. Did you hear that on the alert? SGMT. So you tell me if you can get in before the alerts happen. But I'd say that puts us in a pretty good spot. Got your process so refined that you're getting in moments or minutes before something is alerted. I think moments before is the best because then you have room for well, you don't have room. I mean, it's happening. You just happen to have been right there to witness it. All right, let's see what can happen here on SGMT. I'm still watching MGRX right here as well. start to form there.
NFE.
I'm going to get ready on the trader on my other trading screen to potentially get into MGRX. Okay, there goes this one, SGMT. And I took out my first profit there, 1/12. MGRX keeps going, so let's switch over to SGMT and get a more real-time view. See if we can tap 390. Another piece out at 389 if so. And perhaps 394 and then 399. So I've got my next 3 orders set there. Now MGRX is flying. Very nice. Look at this. MGRX over here. Yeah, that one's moving around. Oh, how do I get that? I can actually get, yeah, a pretty cool little circle now. You guys know where I'm pointing. So anyway, we're waiting for a pullback here on MGRX. SGMT is in play. Will we get continuation? If not, we have to see if it stays high and tight or if the thing just starts falling apart. SGMT. MGRX, when we get to it, probably will be about 5 cents of risk. So that's 2,000 shares for me. So I got that dialed in. Okay, SGMT looks like it is going to push some more. Maybe it'll hit 387 right now. But my next order I think is at 389. Yeah. 87. 387. Yeah, I think it's 388. I might get my 389. There it is. Boom. All right. I did hit my 389. Up half an hour now. And my next one's at 394 and then 399. My next 2 exits.
SGMT.
And really that is the breakout point 4. That is the resistance 4. So after 4, this thing heats up more. But next stop is probably 424. And then a real smooth slide all the way up to 5. So 420. I'll put another order to sell at 424. That's way up there. Probably need to put some interim. So we'll put one at 409. How many's at 200? So at that point, I would be 50% out to 424. It's still, in my opinion, not aggressive enough. So I'm going to put another one at 404. And then I'm going to put a bunch of little ones. 402, 397, 392 there. Just hit 390. 91. All right. That just ensures that I'm aggressive about getting my first 50% out, which is how you got to be. Sucks in some sense because then your total profit's going to be greatly diminished when you're finally all out. But this is the correct way to do it. To take out 50% incrementally, aggressively, quickly, and then when you have progressive exposure going and your increments are up and your sizes are multiplied, then you'll really love even getting this small 50% reduction because it'll be big at that point. But on a day like today, you shouldn't be making too much money. You shouldn't be losing too much money. Your sizes should be small. This is a weak, kind of slow day, although we are getting something going on here with SGMT and MGRX. There goes SGMT blasting through some more of my orders.
SGMT.
If we can pop 4, that will be something on SGMT. A bit of a bottom reversal. Today begins quarter 4 of the year. We should see Q4. Yeah. Day number 275 of the year, October 1st. The time is 9:14 Eastern Standard Time, New York City time, Wall Street time, stock market time. And we've got, therefore, 15 minutes before the open. In that time, something might pop up we haven't been looking at, but so far that is not the case. Like some of the things that are moving this morning are things that we were already in from yesterday. I de-risk a little on UXIN from yesterday. We had an overnight and then it didn't really hold up well. And I'm just going to de-risk a little bit. That it just didn't hold up well. Not recovering from the fact that it didn't hold up well. Bit of weakness going on JKS as well. But okay, MGRX may have put in a very high type flag. Oh, but hold on. I think, no, I need to measure the volume on that. Yeah, that's good. Good volume signature. But this multiple red candles of pullback is not the greatest. However, so far it's on lower volume. We still have 4 minutes of volume to fill up here, so it'll be 5 times as much. I'm talking about MGRX right now. And that was what? UXIN. Okay, that was a de-risk on UXIN from yesterday. $0.05 of risk seems like the good measure on MGRX. Yeah, 3 minutes still in this 5-minute candle. Okay, we're getting some curl back on SGMT. It's very important to watch the strength or not of the pullback. We don't want a lot of volume on the pullback. We want people wanting to hold. We don't want a lot of supply coming in or interest of supply. And just judging on all the candles here, there is too much supply. This is why I need to be even more aggressive on SGMT. I'm going to de-risk a little more right now. As a Matter of fact, I don't think I'm even going to get to fill, but let's see if I do. Because I do believe it's weakening before our very eyes. I did get that de-risk. On SGMT. On the 5-minute chart, you know, it's doing okay, but it's a bit too heavy. Selling volume, too much supply. Should not be that much supply. Meanwhile, we have less than a minute left on this 5-minute candle, and MGRX is shaping up nicely. It will need to pop over 40.50. Trade. Yeah, that will be about, at that point, about 3.5 cents of risk, but so 5 cents of risk seems to be prudent risk level. SGMT. Yeah, see, that's just a bit too strong of a sell-off. We've got 10 seconds left. Probably going to flatten here. Well, I can't really flatten this before market hours. All right, we have some price improvement. I'm going to take a little incremental exit to de-risk. A little partial. All right, so over on MGRX, we had 2 red candles in a row. Technically, it's on less than 50% demand, so that's good. But the deepness of the pullback is starting to affect the quality of the ticker. I think this is something that's up 58% this morning. MGRX. 5%, yeah. So that's decent. That's good. We want over 25%, but we want really ideally 80, 90, 100% plus for our magnitude picks. Just undeniable, incredible, volume. Move and price change. Okay, 8.5 minutes till the market opens. Market does look like it's sliding. Yesterday was a nice green day with bottoming tail candle. In fact, there's been a lot of bottoming tail candles on the market for the last month. So what does that mean? It means buying the dip. Not all, but 9 out of 10 dips got bought up. That's a pretty strong rate. Okay, we have 2.5 minutes left on this candle on across all candles, 5-minute candlesticks, but SGMT. So we can expect at least double the volume. So right about there. See, that's still a bit strong on the volume side. It's over 50%. Okay, MGRX, if it gets over 40 cents or somewhere around there, that's going to be a trigger. But it will have to do so. Towards the end of the candlestick here. Yeah, it's looking like it's going to end red on MGRX. Oh, it is kind of low selling demand though. That's good. On MGRX, looks a lot better than GMT, which has, although it's lower, it's still stronger than you would hope. Terrible though. Both SGMT and MGRX are safely borderline. Good morning. Hey, good morning, Randy. What is that? It shows a turbo. Is that so? You got the subscription or something to Twitch? It shows you as a turbo user. I'm not sure what that means, but maybe that means you have a Prime Gaming. It has like a different thing there, icon on their name over on Twitch, and yours is turbo. Okay. All right, MGRX. Oh, hold on. This is it. This might be it happening on MGRX. Okay. Yep, boom. I'm going in. A 39 was going to be my entry. There it is. I'm in. And we're looking for a continuation across 40 cents here. Stop at 36. Okay, I'll put SGMT. Well, okay, boom, there it goes. Look at that. Very nice. Breakout, selling a piece. Got that at 41 cents. It's now already at 42. Putting in another one, another piece out, another 10-cent exit. 10% exit, rather, is what I'm trying to say. Up 0.5R in the trade at the moment. Nice breakout on MGRX. We are now 1 minute into this 5-minute breakout candle on MGRX. Meanwhile, SGMT also picking up a little bit. And so you can see that here in this red volumes. Do you see them? You know, they're pretty low. They're not as low as we wish, but it's not that bad. And then on the 5-minute chart, they did remain low. MGRX is looking good. Now over on SGMT, you know, you look at those and they're a little bit troublingly high. And same thing on the 5-minute. So I think SGMT is under a lot more pressure than MGRX. For that reason, I'm going to take some more out on SGMT. That's a de-risk, essentially. That's what I'm doing there on SGMT. Okay, it is moving now. SGMT, it's moving, and that's a signaled entry signal. 382, that's an entry on SGMT during pullback. A little bit early in the candle, though, but about 10 cents of risk. So 500 shares would be the right size. I'm just going to de-risk into that strength a little bit. You know, taking profits. I already have a position. And then I have some already. I have some profit targets set on the blue sky area up above. You know that from about 10 minutes ago when we were setting that up. Somebody, Randy, maybe said, I did subscribe, though. The ads were driving me crazy. They always seem to appear just as you were explaining something. Son of a V. I didn't know that Twitch also has ads. That's interesting. Yeah, make sure you click the live button on YouTube, you guys, if you're on YouTube, so that when we come back from if you come back from an ad break, you're live again. Sometimes it doesn't. I think somebody was saying that it doesn't. Okay, Uxin, I'm gonna de-risk some more. As it sort of fails out, pre-market. CAPR is curling up very nicely. I ain't touching that. I got my profit target set on that. MGRX is moving here. We need to be ready to take out another piece if it pops 42 cents. We're in this trade. See a pop 42 cents. Here it goes. Boom. Okay. And I'm going to take out another little piece. Right there. I got 42.25. $42.10. Okay. Really nice price action and continuation during the last minute of this 5-minute candle on MGRX. Yeah, and like I said, SGMT is looking kind of iffy. Less than a minute left on this candle. Okay, MGRX looks like it wants to pop high again. 42.38. Does. If we get a push, I'll take some more out. All right, 15 seconds to complete this 5-minute candle.
NUWE.
PINS.
It'd be beautiful. It just got 2 seconds of beautiful. It could just push right before it closes the candle. All right, there we go. All right, market is open. See what everything wants to do.
GHSI.
NCI. NFE.
We're getting some movement on SGMT to the upside. I already have take profits set up there, so they'll just blast through. There we go. I think that was one of them on SGMT. Oh, and we just got a push on MGRX. I'm taking another partial there. Let's see if we can get over 4. Okay, I'm taking another partial. SGMT is all set, so we should be okay over there. Oh, another pusher on MGRX, taking another piece out. Let's see if we can get over 45 cents. If so, I'll take a little out on that strength. Otherwise, we are holding on MGRX. So SGMT and MGRX are kind of like where it's at this morning. Okay, SGMT is pushing it further. We might hit my next PT on SGMT. And we're over 45 on MGRX. I just need a little more momentum than that to clear a take profit. Come on, you can do it. Looks like it lacked the steam. I'd like to get a little micro surgical view on the volume on that. Okay, that could be bad if this doesn't hold here. Somewhat bad. 20% bad. Okay, looks like we are pushing, and I'm getting ready to slam another take profit right there. Boom! Look at that strength. Oof! Another one. Let's take it. Let's take it. On MGRX. Very nice. I've got that going on over here. I'll switch it out so you guys can watch that.
CNL halted. CNL will resume at 9:36 minutes.
And on SGMT, I'm flattening. Don't like what I see there. I actually make $2 on SGMT in total across all take profits and then flattening. So that's the way it goes. That's what you want.
YINN. META.
There's nothing like a break-even trade. It's a beautiful thing. JKS, I think I'm going to be flattening out of it. It might be halting soon if we're not careful. Let me see. This is a swing trade from yesterday. I'm going to leave it there for a little. Let's see what happens. Sometimes it just wants to fill in. GRX is holding that 45-cent area.
BCAB. CAPR.
Okay, we're getting another push on MGRX. See, and this is, I want to be selling into strength. So we pop 47. I want to get another partial out. You can see on the right here my fills. We popped 40. I haven't even got a fill up here. I didn't even realize that. Okay, so I'm going to put one in for 47.14. Actually, I'll even go with 46.89, which is underneath 47. I did not know that I did not get a fill up in the 47s. I thought I did.
TTEC. NFE.
All out on that SGMT. Caper from yesterday is curving up nicely.
NIXX halted. NIXX
Duo's going insanely down. I'm just flattening out. I don't know what's going on there.
TK halted.
I'm flattening out of Duo. I think it might be going into a halt.
8 minutes and 2 seconds.
Shut up! I'm not able to get out. Yeah, it halted over on Duo. I'm hitting price targets on Caper in the meantime, but I do not like what happened there on Duo. That still puts me exactly where I started the day at on Duo. But yeah, Duo does not. Oh, okay. We got to take some more out on MGRX is continuing. There we go. Boom. Okay, come on. You got to act fast. There we are. And a push to under 50 cents there. I'll take that as well. Now up 1.4R. And on this one, boy, if it paused 50 cents, oh gosh, it could go to 51.52 quite quickly. But only if it has it on momentum. No, the momentum isn't there. Okay. So it's found some resistance at 50 cents. And we're now on the 5th candle here. Oh, hang on. Maybe it's going to break 50 cents right now. It just broke 51 cents. Oh, come on. I don't want to sell right there. I want to sell higher. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, that's fine. All right, I have 25% of my position left on MGRX. I'm at 1.4R. And essentially, I'd like to take another piece out at 52 cents, right underneath 52 cents. So if we pop again, we've got it. Taking profits that have already been set on Caper. And what's going on JKS? It's not too good looking. Take a look at that JKS again with projected end of day volume. That's a bit strong. I'm flattening on JKS. It was an interesting dream to come true. You have to get real with yourself before you lose the money. Uxin just completely failing out. All right, I'm just flattening on Uxin. SGMT trying to turn around. I don't think that's gonna follow through correctly. That's not how stock becomes interesting again. Especially, remember, we saw a lot of demand. Supply on SGMT, and it was over here on MGRX that we got a sense that there was a lot less supply. However, now it seems to be overloaded. But this is just traders that, very short-term scalpers and day traders just selling up here. There's still other people holding, so the supply is limited. Shut up! The fucking squawk, man. Indo is moving. Okay, this one has a habit of really moving. By the way, MGRX is now up 94%. I think it probably was up 100%. Indo. Okay, we gotta watch that because Indo has a habit of making big moves. Okay, I got 25% of my position left on MGRX. I'm gonna let that play out. Caper, I'm still taking profits at profit targets. Caper is going very good. Anybody get that swing trade alerted yesterday? Caper, yeah, we're getting a nice continuation. I've got profit targets being hit. ATGL, I need to look at the performance on this holding. That's not beautiful. Not good, but it needs a little time to gestate. MTC Oh, HPH, we just hit a profit target. So does that fly in? Okay, HPH is continuing. This was a alert from yesterday. It's now up 30%. Okay, we're getting some further price movement on MGRX. I'm going to take a little bit out right there on this topping region. I just took out 10% of what I had left, which was 25%. So I literally only took out 2.5% of my original position there. But I'm dividing my last 25% up into 10 slices. 10 take profits. I'm up 24% on MGRX. But it's all about the R. I'm at 1.4 R on that. All right, Duo came out of the halt, and I liquidated out of that. Let me take a look at what did I get. Where did I get out? Oh, good. Like pretty much right where it halted. And break even on the day, and I made money on that overnight. Duo, go ahead and look at SGMT. What did I tell you? You see it over here? Where is it? This one. Look at that big drop. MGRX now, it says, yeah, now MGRX is 103% up on the day, and there's nothing really even close. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? GRLT. We got something possibly GRLT. Let's see. Sometimes these are splits. Yeah, I know. This is nothing. Grill it. Grill it. Let's keep an eye on MGRX. So at the moment, this is a high tight flag, and it's a beautiful sign, but there's a lot of supply in every minute that's been passing. So it's not good. So I'm going to continue to try and de-risk into some strength. I'm taking out another 10% slice right there. The signs are heavy supply up here around the 50-cent area. I mean, we're holding, but for now, it won't take long for somebody out there to push the eject button. There we go. That's even more strength in an area that I think is sporting some weakness. There goes Caper, another profit target on Caper. And there goes HPH, another profit target on HPH hit. That is continuing. These are alerts that went out in our group at the end of the day in our Discord for premium members. So I don't know who's holding any of that, but congratulations. Looking good. So I'm still watching MGRX, and I'm down to my last 17%. And by the way, Caper keeps going. There's another profit target hit on HPH. What's my gain on the HPH at the moment? 40%. Very nice. But again, it's about the R. And right now I'm at 0.5 R for the day on HPH. This was a trade from yesterday. All right, see, now we're getting some breakdown on MGRX. Yeah, I knew it. All right, flatten. And I'm out. And that was 1.2 R on MGRX. Wow, look at that. I got out about 4 seconds before the thing absolutely pushed much lower. That would have turned into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like $50 of loss on this $120 gain. That would not have been good. That's how quickly you got to act. Look at HPH, just keeps going. I just hit another profit target on HPH and Caper. Here's what Caper looks like. Let me put that up here for you guys. Caper. There goes HPH. You can hear it on the squawk box. Let's put HPH right here. But also I can go to it. Why didn't that come up? HPH. There it is. Look at that. I mean, it's just straight up. I'm surprised it's not halting, frankly. But I have profit targets set on that puppy all the way up. Well, actually, I only have one more at $1.99, and I wanted to see what happened after that. HPH. We'll come back to MGRX when it shapes up. It is on our radar screen here. We're able to watch how it forms because it may very well form a, looks like we'll need a VCP. SLXN just totally dead on the day. I think this halted. Excellent. It halted. HPH halted, and I have an order at $1.99, and it halted at $1.97. You think I'm going to leave that there? Fuck no. This just moved from $1.24 to $1.97. I got it at $1.21, and at the moment, therefore, it's at HPH 63% gains. And do you think I'm going to leave that at $1.99 coming out of the halt on such a huge move? Hell no. I'll put that at $2.09. And I'm going to reduce the size also. So this is part of the more interactive discretionary process that you're witnessing here. I'm going to be taking out smaller pieces at higher prices. This is like how you adjust. It seems to want to go. Okay, this is breaking 2 is once it breaks 2, it sort of slides all the way back up to 288. So $3, $3.50. So I want to make sure I have the ability to take pieces out all the way up to $3, let alone $3.50. So that's what I'm doing now, and I'm just measuring that out. And if I run out, then I'm going to delete some of those and make them even smaller. You know, you can either do the math ahead of time, or you can just sort of kind of rough do it like a carpenter, like this. All right, that'd get me 60% out to $3. I like that. That sounds about right. And then from there, I want to get up to 350, which would be, you know, that'd be the dream come true. I don't really expect that.
NIXX may resume in less than a minute. SOXS. FUTU.
FUTU too. All right, Daisy, DSY, you guys. Who got into Daisy? That was a beautiful alert yesterday. It is continuing, and I just hit a profit target on Daisy. Actually, it's DSY. I don't know what the fuck it's called. But DSY, it's called Big Tree Cloud Holdings. Well, I'll call it Daisy. I don't give a fuck. And then I need to fill in that last 5 space there. See? Don't forget. Okay, there we go. So I'm all set and ready to take profits there on HPH. We can watch that come out of the halt if you like. But Caper's slamming also. These are things that were alerted yesterday. You're a little bit too late today, but there might be pullback entries. They were alerted to premium members. That's right. They had to pony up in our Discord. There's lots of places, you know, you can become members. You get alerts from, there's lots of Discords. There's lots of groups out there. And mine is another one. It's not necessarily necessary for you to solely be in one. You know, why not, you know, be in multiple? But, you know, you for sure should be in ours. We're one of the most risk conscious trading groups out there. We do everything right. 25 years of experience. So if you're listening out there and considering joining, well, we do have a free trial. It's a free trial for a week, so you can check it out. All right, we should be coming out of the halt in like 30 seconds on HPH. There's a lot of momentum on HPH, and it's coming across people's radars. MGRX, SGMT, Caper keeps going. I think Caper might be halted also. No, it's not. But yeah, it's at very high prices and staying up there. Okay, we're coming out of the halt. There it is. Pulling back out of the halt. HPH. Pullbacks usually can create a frenzy of purchasing. There we go. We hit 209, one of those targets I hit. I'm at every 9. So 219. You'll hear a bling every time we hit another 9. 219, 229, blah, 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 all the way up. If that's what it does, it's kind of finding some supply and resistance. There goes another target on Caper. Up today, 0.5R on Caper. What's going on with Apple is for some reason in my positions, Apple is way down. It's not that big of a deal. Looked like it was more than that, but I guess the options are just sort of mispricing. They'll look better by the end of the day. Are you getting any of that, Randy? Mispriced options right now. All right, huge pullback on HPH. That's not a good sign. Should I flatten though? I have a lot of buffer room here. It's going to go into a halt. Yeah. All right. I don't think I'll probably even get my exit because I think it's going into a halt on HPH. Just a huge eject button just happened on HPH. All right. Well, it went into a halt, and we'll see what happens now on the flip side. You don't win them all, guys. And you have to make good decisions. The majority of the time, they don't work out. Because the majority of the time, they don't work out. Shut up! The squawk. Caper, it's talking about coming across the momentum scanner. Caper, there's another profit target on Caper hit. Who's in Caper with me? I'm up 27% now. That was alerted yesterday.
CAPR. ATGL may resume in less than a minute. UNFI. INDO. UVXX. VXX.
Share price in there. So I'm giving myself that nice cushion. Now, if it stays between that break-even point and up to the 120 strike, I just get to keep that credit that I collected. But you can see the
covered call
to ramp up above 120 in the midst of that $15 wide bullish call vertical. Now, you topped out on your gains, but by selling that...
Oh, okay. It's a bullish call spread. So that'd be a vertical like that you buy versus sell. HPH coming out of the halt in 2 minutes. I've already got my order to just liquidate the whole thing. If I pulled the trigger a little bit sooner, maybe I would have gotten filled and saved a little bit of money. So it's important to just tell yourself that, remind yourself that, keep your self sharp. ATGL does not seem to be following through properly. Caper is, by the way. Okay, ATGL, yeah, I'll let that continue to play out. However, yeah, we're 50% to the stop already on that one.
SPCB.
I'd love to modify my market order on HPH. Okay, Daisy just hit another profit target. DSY continuing. There, look at that. Did you hear that? Again, we are ahead of the curve. And Tor we are in from yesterday. That blasted through some price targets and is up, but it's actually pulling back. DSYT Tech. Making some progress there. Kaiser, whatever it's called. Kazar left the app. That's making good progress. JFU.
MULN. INDO. HPH may resume in less than a minute.
What was this thing? HPH is going to resume in a minute? Is that what it was talking about? I don't think so. Yeah, maybe that was what it said. Yeah, 30 seconds. Okay. 49, 54, 34. Yeah, it's coming out in like 20 seconds. I've already got my market order there, so whether I get screwed or not, and then it rebounds, it is what it is. I'll take whatever that is. That's just part of the game.
STTK.
I'm making money on lots of other trades, so I'm fine. Okay, I think I just got out of it. Where did I get out? Let's see. One. Where did I get out? I think I kept all my gains. So where did it exit? It's not really showing up on my bills. Oh, okay, there it is. 150. All right. Well, anyway, that's fine. No, that's good. That was an excellent price. That's exactly where it halted. Couldn't ask for better. And that's how I want to mitigate that trade, and that is the correct decision given that situation. And we saw yesterday other stocks completely fail out after that point. Halt downs are not the best thing, and that much supply and selling pressure, not good. Okay, we need to get out on Caper. Damn, it's getting away from me.
STTK. NKLA. WAVE may resume in less than a minute.
Bit of a bounce there, but yeah, the selling is a bit heavy. These red candlesticks on the 1 minute and the red candlestick on the 5 minute. Bit heavy. Caper, we need to mitigate out if we can. So I'll take a little piece out right here because we're lucky that we had a bounce after it sold off just then. Take a little bit out, a little bit more out if we can get any strength. Otherwise, we'll probably be flattening pretty soon here.
FUTU.
TU2.
MULN. STTK. NFE. TIGR. INDO. FUTU. MULN. STTK.
Two minutes left on this candlestick, and it's just strong sell-off. Yeah, flattening out. Okay, good.
STTK will resume at 10 hours 1 minute and 49 seconds. MULN.
Yeah, SGMT is going to take some time to recover. MGRX not terrible. It's too much supply up there. Let's see if there's anything else on the radar, because we milked the movements here as much as we could. And then, yeah, I have other positions, though, looking good. But that's different than finding new opportunities. Tor, that looks like that's moving. Tor. Okay, good, very nice. But yeah, that's all she wrote in general this morning. What are we at the top of the hour? Yeah. So we'll be looking at all these stocks, though, as they look at HPH. Yeah, I told you, look at HPH. Let's go back. So I got out here when it came out of the halt. And, luckily, it moved up. But had I tried to press my luck and stay in and this or that, look what happened. It is just completely reversing. But this is exactly why you don't press your luck. You use the signs. This big, huge down-selling, high-volume sell-off means get out. Just because it starts to go up doesn't mean you stay in. What about this? Did you forget about this? So, you follow what you see. You don't just try to be blind to it because the next bar looks positive. That's how you lose money. Pay attention to what's happening and act on it. This is very bad, especially look at it on the 5-minute. You should never give back a whole 5-minute candle, especially a momentum one, and at 5 times the volume. Forget it. It's over. All right. There's a bit of a lesson there for you. All right. I'll take my first break. Thanks, guys, and we'll catch up soon. Going off mic. I'm going to turn on the sound on the video program. Whether or not that's annoying or not, it is what it is. It's something.
Let's take a quick look at the markets at this hour. Continue to see red arrows, and those losses are picking up some steam. As you can see, the Nasdaq and Russell each off more than 1%. The Dow off 200 points now. That's about 0.6%. The S&P down almost 1%. There's this NBC News report that Iran is readying an imminent ballistic missile attack against Israel. Could be weighing on shares because if you take a look, crude oil up about 3% on this potential news here. The energy sector now the best performing sector in the S&P 500. One of the only winners. Communication services also higher, but every other sector in the red. We'll continue to watch this to see how that story develops. Let's take a quick preview of what's ahead on hour 2 of the show. We're going to take a look at Nike ahead of earnings this afternoon. The CEO of Momentum joins us live on the floor to discuss his company's spinoff from Jacobs. And, of course, we'll have the chart master charting a few different stocks and walking us through the fundamentals. For a market update, though, let's welcome back in Kevin Hanks, the co-host of Fast Market. Kevin, I want to get to the data because the JOLTS data I know is just coming out, but just want to get your thought that we're seeing could be because of geopolitical tensions here.
Exactly, Caroline. We've been talking about this for a couple days, that late last week, some geopolitical risk started to seep into some of the volatility metrics, and now you're seeing the VIX 1920. That's up 2.5 points just today since the opening. So yeah, with the S&P now down about almost 0.7%. That announcement that Iran is planning imminently to bomb Israel. It looks like Benjamin Netanyahu is warning Israeli citizens to take action, precautionary action like they do. From a trading perspective, Caroline, you go right to the risk-off assets, and that is, number 1, the VIX. Number 2, the bonds. Look at the 10-year yield is spiking lower. That means bonds are rallying. Look at gold. The gold futures up $30 today. So without that, and then the U.S. dollar is firming up here as well. So it was already up this morning. So every risk-off asset screams at geopolitical risk here, Caroline. And I think that's what right now you have to brace yourself for.
All right. Well, thanks for that update. Also want to talk about the latest economic data. I know that we just got the jobs data, the JOLTS data coming through. What did you see on that front?
Yeah, we got the ISM manufacturing index came in at 47.2. That's unchanged from last month and slightly lower than the 47.6 expected. JOLTS, here's a little surprise. JOLTS, 8.04 million job openings here. So that's another big jump. And remember, this is our first look this week at employment data, something Jerome Powell says we should be focusing on. So 8 million open jobs is a bit of a surprise, up from 7.67 million last month. That's 300,000 jobs over the 7.7 million that we thought. So big jump there for sure, Caroline.
MULN may resume in less than a minute.
How would Jay Powell be looking at more job openings? And then any insights into the quit rates?
Well, think about it in terms of the labor market. If the labor market is starting to strengthen up again, most of his fears that he talked about, he was worried about the labor market, that starts to dissipate. And maybe the pace of rate cuts or the how much 25 to 50 starts melting away. Remember, we're going to get ADP tomorrow. We're going to get jobless claims that have been strong for the last several weeks. What happens if unemployment that we were worried about going higher starts going down? If it hits 4.1, that's going to affect yields. That's going to affect Jerome Powell's willingness to cut interest rates, because his one fear, his legacy, is that he beats inflation and it doesn't reignite on the upside, Caroline. That's the biggest thing. Now, he has shifted focus away from inflation to the labor market. If the labor market starts to strengthen, that takes him what? Back to inflation? It's hard to say, actually.
Well, you know, we had a guest on yesterday, and I've heard this a few times, that forget the soft landing. We're not landing. This is an economy that's kind of taking off again. What are your thoughts about that whole idea? Because obviously the biggest concern was the hard landing, but what about the no landing versus the soft landing?
Yeah, I mean, remember, we have a 3 GDP right now. We have unemployment that is at full employment at 4.2%. We've got jobs every single month, positive jobs. We've got earnings that have been strong. We are clearly the strongest economy in the world right now, when Europe is starting to talk about cutting rates at faster pace. Jerome Powell, with everything, remember, you've also got 2 strikes going on that could increase wages. There's a lot of potential inflationary things still lingering on the horizon for Jerome Powell that could muddy the waters and his ability to lower rates. And the market, Caroline, has got, as you know, a bunch of rate cuts already built into this economy. So it could get a little dicey here, could throw a little bit of uncertainty into that whole lower interest rate, higher stock scenario. But still, that said, earnings will really drive us in the fourth quarter, I think.
Earnings, and then how should investors be thinking about kind of geopolitical risk and these heightened Middle Eastern tensions? Because I am taking a look at the market. The Dow now down about 300 points. NASDAQ off about 1.3%. Russell off a little bit more than that, or actually a little bit less than that now. And S&P off almost 1%.
Yeah.
We haven't seen, we've seen some kind of, near-term impacts, because obviously we've seen a heightened geopolitical landscape for the past few years, but haven't seen, the market has continued to tick to new highs. Could Iran's involvement now change that?
Well, think about this. The first thing that rallied this morning, crude oil. Crude oil now back over $70. Remember, we were applauding lower crude oil prices as disinflationary and something that would help Jerome Powell. Well, if crude oil starts to spike again, if geopolitical tensions start to affect that part, that could reignite inflation. You know, it's hard to say what a war like that or incursions over there do to the U.S. economy. The U.S. economy has remained pretty strong up until now. Matter of fact, a lot of the defense contractor stocks have rallied so far this morning on that news. Should they do that? Hard to say. But overall, uncertainty, because the bigger it gets, Caroline, the closer the U.S. gets to being pulled in. There's the risk here at home.
Okay. All right. Kev, really appreciate you breaking that all down for us. Should note that we've seen all of the Mag 7 turn lower, except for Meta. Meta actually has added a bit to its gains, so maybe Meta is a safety play here as well. Kevin Hings, thanks so much. All right, Nike is set to report earnings this afternoon. Shares under a little bit of pressure, although not too much. Let's welcome in Jeff Pierce, Senior Manager, Derivatives Trading at Charles Schwab, to get his expectations. So, Jeff, what is the street expecting for Nike? Because this is the first time we're hearing from Nike since announcing that Elliott Hill will be taking the reins. Not even in the CEO seat yet. That's coming, what, October 14th, I think.
Yeah, I think Q1's, yeah, that's right. October 14th is when we will see that handoff. But I think Q1 expectations are fairly low. I think analysts and investors are expecting low foot traffic. They're expecting, everything to remain soft and still continuing to see pressure from competitors. And as we look at the numbers, expectations right now are coming in with earnings per share around 51 cents. That would be down a little over 10%. Revenue about 11.65 billion, that down 10% as well. Net income is projected to fall by nearly half, somewhere between 770 and 775 million. That's down from the 1.45 billion we saw a year ago. We are expecting expenses to come a little bit higher off that Olympic ad spend that we expect the company did. And, there are some analysts out there that are wondering if the company is going to lower their guidance, which, of course, we could see a negative impact on the stock price from that, but it might set better targets for the new CEO and some of this turnaround that investors have been calling for. If you've been watching Nike stock, they've been struggling with growth. We're seeing U.S. and China, a lot of slow revenue growth there. Competition is rising, especially when you think of names like On Holding, which has been doing incredible this year. The company has been focused on cost cutting, adding new speakers, adjusting that direct-to-consumer brand, which really has not paid off. And, I think this new CEO is the turnaround investors are expecting, but it's likely going to take several quarters before we start to see that pay off.
What do you think is going to be the biggest factor in the turnaround? Is it the innovation piece? Is it the weakness in China piece? Which now maybe potential stimulus might mean, increased numbers out of China eventually. Is it the competition piece? What is it? Because it seems like still a lot of headwinds.
Yeah, all of the above, if I can check mark that box, right? I think direct-to-consumer is going to be very important. We saw direct-to-consumer business paid off very big for Nike during the pandemic. That direct sales revenue was up 60% between 2019 and 2022. Once the pandemic wore off, we saw shoppers go back to the stores, and we saw them see other products there, like On and other names. And so that has really been a struggle. I think we're going to see the CEO focused on rebuilding those wholesale relationships. China, you mentioned, that certainly has been an issue. I think investors are hoping the stimulus package can help that turn around. But again, whether you're looking at China, Europe, the Middle East, Africa, one of the things that we're continuing to see, and in the U.S., we're continuing to see softness and increased competition as consumers remain very selective on spending. And it doesn't help that, the brand appeal for Nike has really been suffering. And when you've got higher costs, with a consumer that's being careful on what they spend, that's a problem for them. So we're definitely going to see some innovation. I think that's a no-brainer. The innovation, direct-to-consumer, and then hopefully they get some pickup in China just naturally. That would be certainly the focus area as we watch them continue.
So I think the big question is Nike has seen a nice pop on the announcement of Elliott Hill as the new CEO. That being said, shares are still down almost 20% year to date. So how low is the bar? If analysts are expecting a guide down, I've seen Citi analysts out with a note saying that if numbers are expected to continue to be soft, maybe is that priced in?
HUSA.
It might be priced in. It's a little bit difficult to tell now because there's still some question mark around it. Of course, we know for now, for low single-digit drop in revenue. They're expecting a high single-digit drop during the first half of the fiscal year. If you look at analysts, for example, Jefferies, which maintained a whole rating, set a price target at 85, up from 80. They're still saying there's not much to be excited about yet. The Hill impact will likely not be felt until 2026. Therefore, they think that Nike shares are in no man's land and likely remain range bound for a number of quarters. One of the bigger catalysts I think a lot of investors are waiting for is that analyst day in November. Right now, it's set for the 19th. A lot of people are expecting that that's when we're really going to hear this plan for what the company is going to do over the next couple of years. And I think we could certainly see a big reaction today from the report, but I think that that's kind of the next step that investors are waiting for is the analyst day.
All right, Jeff Pierce, thanks so much for breaking all of that down for us. Time to trade it with Tim Bigham, options strategist at Buy Alerts. Tim, thanks so much for joining the show.
You bet, anytime.
All right, so Jeff made the case for still a lot of uncertainty for Nike, potentially lowered guidance, softer numbers, a lot of headwinds there. Not a whole lot of action in terms of shares right now. They're only off about 0.25%, which isn't much considering what the rest of the market is doing, but down about 20% year to date. So how would you approach Nike ahead of these earnings here?
Yeah, certainly, this week's, options are implying about a 7% or so earnings-based move on Nike, which I personally think is overstated. I think we'll continue to, as you and Jeff were talking about earlier, kind of just, grind out sideways here, kind of in no man's land. Certainly on the charts, the stock got to overbought levels technically. 9-day RSI over 70, now softening. Bollinger percent B over 100 and so forth. Plus, we closed that earnings gap from last earnings when we had the stock actually get torpedoed to the downside. So I think we'll probably bleed out sideways here post earnings. Don't expect fireworks. I think the expected move is overstated here. So I'm just going out and doing a put calendar, looking for a pullback of some sorts, given the strong rally we've had here, going out buying the traditional out of the money 83 puts that expire October 18th, and then selling this week's 83 puts, paying around 40 cents for that trade. More importantly, able to sell over a 90 IV, hedge it with around a 45 IV, so a big term structure vol edge. And I just think, barring some sort of major announcement, we've already had several here. Look for the stock to just kind of settle down here over the next couple of weeks. Plus, I have next week's, options to re-hedge if need be. Plus, I like paying just 40 cents anytime on a calendar spread based on earnings. Certainly, the risk-reward payoff, given how cheap it is, I favor as well.
Okay, I should note that On Holdings, Nike's big competitor that has been really crushing in terms of the competition, but also in terms of stock performance, is actually off more than 2% today. So Nike outperforming On for the month of October. Limited scope there. But I guess what would make you more bullish on Nike? Is there anything specific that you would need to hear from Nike on the call later today that would make you a bull?
Yeah, certainly, coming out and saying, upping the guidance and so forth. Good news out of China has somewhat been priced into the stock already here, given that rally we've had. Valuations also getting a little back towards stretch levels for Nike as well on a PE and price to sales basis. So really, they'd have to come out with up guidance, beat both the top and bottom line to a large degree, and saying things are looking really good going forward. I don't think we'll hear any of that. But if you do, I think you'll see, a quick and sudden up move. But the fact that, the stock really, I think, has already had a big rally off the lows here, kind of, dissipates any major upside, even on decent earnings-based news. So I don't look for much, if any, upside fireworks here, just given the valuations and the move and the overbought technicals here. But as you know, trading is trading and anything can happen.
All right, Tim, also just want to get your quick thoughts on the market as we kick off the fourth quarter on a pretty sour note now. The Dow's off 330, The NASDAQ off 1.7%, the Russell almost off 2% here. What are your thoughts as we begin the last quarter of the year here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, obviously interest rates are going to continue to head lower, especially on the short end. The 10-year still, hovering above that 3.5% level.
TZA.
But valuations for stocks
SLXS.
generally at historic
UVXY.
extremes. If you look at, I like to favor price to sales on the S&P 500, basically at 3 times price to sales. The only other time that happened was several years ago, which was right before a 20% or so pullback in stocks here. So I think it's going to be a little bit of tough sledding here. The leadership that we saw out of those kind of AI names you were talking about earlier has kind of, dissipated, to say the least, recently. So I look for more of a slog into year end here, and you're seeing some macro events that can certainly put further headwinds into any additional rallies.
Yeah, well, we're starting that slide today. Tim Bigham, option strategist by Alerts. Thank you so much.
You bet. Anytime. Take care.
Have a good one. Coming up, John Heller, CEO of Momentum, is here, fresh off ringing the opening bell. We'll chat with him about Momentum. Stay with us right after this.
AGMH.
TZA. HUSA.
CNF.
HUSA. PAYX.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hit maker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network. Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. I'm Caroline Woods in for Oliver Rennick. Momentum began trading on the New York Stock Exchange yesterday under the ticker symbol AMTM. Joining us now is John Heller, CEO of Momentum, fresh off of ringing the opening bell. John, thanks so much for being here. Saw you on the podium. Congratulations.
Thank you, Caroline. So great to be here.
All right. So Momentum just completed its merger with Jacob Solutions, or a few business units there.
Correct.
Tell me about Momentum and how this deal changes your business.
Well, Momentum, we're an international government services business, but primarily supporting the U.S. government. And by combining with Jacobs, we create approximately a $14 billion company that is one of the largest and, I would say, strongest advanced engineering and technology companies in the industry, really focused on 5 key markets: energy and environment, space, intelligence, defense, and civil. So for us, it's now having end-to-end capabilities and an international footprint that makes us stronger and more capable to deliver services around the world.
Okay, so I'm curious. I want to kind of drill down into the defense component, if you will, because obviously we're seeing the markets fall right now with geopolitical tensions rising in the Middle East, given potential Iran involvement in the Israel, Gaza, Lebanon situation. So tell me how you would be involved here and just how rising geopolitical tensions has really changed your business given all of your government contracts.
Yeah, and our history is really strong in engineering, research and development, science, in bringing together technology to advance American capability, our close allies' capability for security, intelligence. And so if you think of a conflict around the world, say in Eastern Europe, Middle East, you use Amentum as a company that can help deliver capability to the warfighter as soon as possible. So we are able to get on the ground in a matter of days, work with technology companies to bring together capability. An example would be unmanned aerial vehicles. So our ability to integrate and actually operate unmanned aircraft could be a way to support conflict if necessary.
Okay, so what are the key growth drivers? Because I saw a total addressable market of $320 billion, expected to generate an estimated $14 billion of revenue in fiscal year 2025. So talk to me about the key growth drivers, the key growth opportunities across, defense. You mentioned intelligence, civilian space, environment.
Yeah, no, there are several, but we'd see the first one is space. And what you're seeing recently in the last 5 years is a massive increase in launches to bring technology into space for defense and intelligence use. And Amentum is the leader for design of rocket capability, full life cycle rocket design. So increasing that both on the commercial and the defense side, our ability to improve and advance capability for rocket launch. The second is putting ISR capability, which is intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance capability in space. So those rockets are taking technology that is then used to improve our ability to see what's happening around the world, both for defense use, intelligence use, but also homeland security. And we are able to help design and develop those payloads and advance that. And then think of all the information that technology collects. You're really talking about the information age where we have massive amounts of information. How do you sift through that? How do you build the systems that can make that information useful for the intelligence force, for the defense? And we help build those systems and operate those systems that deliver useful information to our customers.
And you predominantly work with the U.S. government, or do you work with the private sector at all?
Well, this is a really interesting part of the combination of Amentum and the Jacobs CMS and C&I businesses. Amentum traditionally was focused with the U.S. government. The Jacobs business brings tremendous footprint with some of our very close allies, which I think is really important to America as we think forward. Our allies are so critical in helping strengthen peace and security for America and our partners. We will now have over 5,000 employees in the United Kingdom supporting the UK government, over 1,000 employees in Australia supporting the Australian Ministry of Defence, and employees across Europe to different allies of ours and in the Asian region.
I think the key there is allies, right? So does the U.S. government have to approve who you can send workers to which countries? How does that work?
Well, yes, you're getting close. Obviously, with our number one customer being the American government, we're only going to do things that are positive to that relationship and support the U.S. government ultimately. And so our allies are really important to the American government, and that would be a smart way to expand our business and probably an area we would limit our focus to key allies of the United States.
So what's the biggest challenge your business is facing right now?
Well, I think with everyone, it's having the right culture to attract the best talent. And I think as you bring these two historic companies together that have
SOXS.
a 100-year history,
SQQQ.
each has a unique culture, but both of our cultures are built around an engineering mindset, a problem-solving mindset, a focus on the customer mission. So I think that's something that is we're really going to be focused on to make sure that the employees of both companies feel really excited about what we're doing and that this is good for them looking forward, and so that everyone's focused and rowing the boat in the same direction.
And why now, in terms of actually going public
GSIW.
under AMTM, your new ticker symbol, why is now the right time?
Well, it was a great opportunity for us that we've always seen the Jacobs business as a very strong business in the marketplace. So we see each other in the market.
NAMS.
HUSA. HUSA. SOXS. SQQQ. SOXS. SQQQ.
BBPR.
LHX. INDO. HUSA. INDO. HUSA. HUSA. INDO. INDO. HUSA.
USGOW.
Duo halted. DUO will resume at 10 hours 44 minutes and 22 seconds.
MHUA.
SPCB. SPCB. PDD.
TAOP.
PDD. PDD. NNE. BEKE. DUO may resume in less than a minute. NNE. 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 SLXN SPCB EONR VST EONR PNW
ZEO.
APA EONR
BOF. AENT.
EONR EONR. 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 BEKE. BEKE. EONR. NNE. BEKE. NNE.
FAAS.
EONR. Duo halted. DUO will resume at 10 hours 59 minutes and 30 seconds.
CNEY.
BEKE. LI.
USEG.
VST. NNE. BEKE. VST. BEKE. VST. GNRC. DUO may resume in less than a minute. APA. APA.
MFI.
BEKE. EONR. BA. APA. EONR. BEKE. BA. APA. GUSH. EXAS. DK. NFE. EONR. APA. DUO may resume in less than a minute.
BANL. CMCT.
BEKE. EONR. Duo halted. DUO will resume at 11 hours 10 minutes and 38 seconds. EONR. EONR.
ELVN.
ELVN. SOXS. SOXS. DUO may resume in less than a minute. SOXS.
GLXG.
LBPH. EONR. EONR. NNE. INDO.
BMR.
INDO. SOXS. VIXY. UVXY. APA.
ASTI.
RAIL. INDO. INDO. SPCB. VST. RAIL.
RELI.
RAIL. RAIL. VST.
BURU.
BWLP. INDO. VST. YRD. INDO. INDO. YINN. FUTU. INDO. INDO. GCT. INDO. FUTU. YINN. HIMS.
AREN.
GCT. BEKE. DLTR. BEKE. FUTU. HIMS. INDO. CVNA. GCT. FUTU. SMR. DLTR. INDO. HUSA. CVNA. YRD. FUTU. BEKE. YINN. FUTU. HUSA. BEKE. YINN. CVNA. PDD. FUTU. HUSA. GCT. BEKE. EWTX. CVNA. HUSA. BEKE. FUTU. HIMS. HUSA. LI. FUTU.
ORKT.
HIMS. BEKE. LI.
PXLW.
BILI. LI. FUTU. BILI. YINN. LI. PDD. FUTU. BILI. YINN. JD. BEKE. YINN. BILI. YINN. Xena halted. ZENA will resume at 11 hours 57 minutes and 38 seconds. NOC. YINN. GCT. ZENA may resume in less than a minute. GCT. BEKE. BEKE.
USG.
ZENA may resume in less than a minute. YINN. GCT. YINN. LI. YINN. LI. JD. PDD. YINN. ZENA may resume in less than a minute. LI. FUTU. BZ. JD. PDD. BWLP. XPEV. JD. YINN. BILI. XPEV. LI. YINN. JD. BZ. XPEV. PDD. JD. BZ. GCT. LI. XPEV. YINN. JD. BEKE. BILI. LI. QMMM. CNF. XPEV. YINN. FUTU. BEKE. PDD. LI. BILI. CNF. XPEV. YINN. PDD. MNSO. FUTU. LI. CNF. XPEV. YINN. BEKE. Xena halted. ZENA will resume at 12 hours 15 minutes and 38 seconds. PDD. JD. XPEV.
SLRX.
BWLP. PDD. QSG. XPEV. NNE. 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 ZENA may resume in less than a minute. NNE. NNE.
DUO.
DUO. DUO. ZENA may resume in less than a minute. LPG. NNE. 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 SLXNNE.
NUWE.
SATS. YRD.
ICG. TOUR. SLE.
LB. ICG. QMMM. QSG. 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 USO. VXX. VIXY. UVXY. VXX. VIXY.
Back to Fast Market here. We're going to take a look at the equity markets, which are under pressure right now, getting back towards session lows. Reports over 100 missiles fired from Iran into Israel at this point. There's reports that sirens sounding across Israel. There's also some reports of massive explosions. Ballistic missiles can be seen landing across Israel on live cameras. According to CNN, multiple explosions heard in Tel Aviv and initial reports of impacts across there. So you're seeing equity futures here. S&P down 1.25%, Dow off about 0.6%. NASDAQ now down nearly 2%, and the Russell 2000 is down 1.7%. So we'll keep you abreast of this news as it's impacting our markets at this point as Iran firing missiles. All right, let's bring in our next guest. We're talking Lululemon. We kind of wanted to make this an athleisure kind of theme here. Let's bring in Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent here on the network. KG, slowing sales in their core U.S. sales has been the culprit here for Lululemon, down like what?
וואו, עשרות טילים. אני נמצא בצפון יחד. לא שירותי מעל הראש שלנו. שבילי, הגיע.
Okay, guys, we got to get off the roof. These are coming down right next to us here. They're coming down. One just about. We got to go inside. Okay, guys, we got to get off the roof. These are coming down.
אלוהים ישמור. אלוהים ישמור.
deadly fireworks display over Tel Aviv. Goodness, there was an impact just to the left of us here. To the ground. It's like a
MIRM.
We'll continue to watch the news on the ballistic missiles being fired off, but that's going to wrap up Fast Market at this point. Stick around, though, right here on the Schwab Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging with Schwab Network's by-the-numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money. with a history and a geography degree. How did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data.
You certainly see pattern. Context is so important.
I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways, as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly?
It's controversial. The old guard is saying, away off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you.
Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
Alongside Alex Coffey. And Alex, we are seeing some selling today that's picked up just over the last 30 minutes or so on some Middle East tensions here. So right now we are getting some developments. We'll see, of course, right now the headline is, per the IDF, that Iran is launching missiles attacks against Israel. That's part of the reason we're seeing some of this pressure. I think we're just mostly attributing that to some of the selling because we got this news and things started to sell off a bit.
Yeah, there's kind of a wide variety of reports coming in. Situation is obviously ever changing. You did mention that Israel's IDF has stated that rockets from Iran have been fired at Israel. Sirens, of course, sounding across Israel, but then it does look like just the last few minutes or moments, there are comments from Iran's state TV saying that Israel will face attacks if it responds. And that they've launched tens of ballistic missiles at Israel. Reports from Israelis' army radio suggest over 100 ballistic missiles. So we'll see. The market is certainly not on its lows, but you can see that chop. Geopolitical tensions and uncertainty are going to have this type of reaction, right? You see risk assets lower. You see commodities like crude oil making a jump higher. You see gold making a jump higher. You see risk-off assets like the treasury market indicating a bid as well. So this is your classic, market response to an event like this. Still a lot of unknowns at this point.
There are still a lot of unknowns. And like you said, we are seeing some of the individual commodities higher, also the VIX elevated, but most of the major averages now lower on the session, and substantially so, with some of that pressure led by the NASDAQ down 1.7%. But as always on this show, we will step away from some of the macroeconomic situations that are happening overseas. We'll be focused on these individual movers. We'll kick things off, as always, with an upvote and downvote. We'll chart and trade our upvoted names. For FOMO today, we're revisiting Apple. We talked about some of the positive analyst commentary yesterday. Today, we're turning to more of the concern with some of these iPhone 16 lead times. We will also be previewing what we can expect from Tesla's deliveries released tomorrow at around 8 a.m. here Central Time. But also, mind you, so far we've already gotten the Chinese EV deliveries, which have been crushing it. So NIO, Li Auto, and XPeng having a pretty decent week, at least over the last two sessions. We'll close things out here with HPQ with some analyst feedback, a name that has been actually, I would say, able to hold on relatively well, but we'll discuss what Citi thinks later on with Kevin Green in that downgrade.
Yeah, it's the other half of the company. We just recently, within the last week or two, we're talking with George Tillis about HPE. So now taking a look at the other side, the hardware side to Hewlett-Packard. Let's do up-o, down-boat, though. Of course, as always, not endorsements, not recommendations, stock specifics here. We're getting late into that earnings season, or that crossover from one to the next, because we got Nike on the calendar here to kick things off, Jenny.
I know. So Nike to me is always one of the tail ends of earnings, but it also to me could mark the beginning of bank earnings, which I believe are now just like a week or two away. So right now we'll focus on Nike, though, because Nike has earnings due out today after the closing bell. And we actually did get a report that they have oversold their popular footwear franchises. They're been growing their Air Force One, Air Jordan 1, and Dunk, and three of the largest multi-billion-dollar footwear franchises in the industry, but they oversold actually their shoes and diluted their cool in the process. This is according to the Wall Street Journal. They've been aggressively reducing their prices and also reducing their supply of those franchises to save some of their most iconic sneakers, but Nike is still making more of them than it can sell. I think that the story for Nike is going to be very interesting because it's been disappointing all year long. I mean, it's not necessarily primarily a Nike story. Lululemon has also been a disappointment. We'll get to that one later on. But down about 18% on the year. And we know that this name has struggled. We're not expecting this earnings to necessarily bring much relief, as the company's news that their CEO will be retiring is also, I'd say, weighing on shares a bit because, I mean, obviously not today, but not necessarily seen as perhaps like a great time to exit. Also, Nike shares have been, again, pretty disappointing, and I think that the overall demand story has been questioned when you have the rise of these newcomer brands like your Ons, also your Hoka's, of course, owned by Deckers. So there's all these new players in the athletic space, and I just think Nike isn't the dominant force it once was. Well, obviously, we'll get more financials on that name when they report today after the closing bell.
Yeah, I mean, their guidance calls for revenue to fall 10%. And so it tells you what you need to know about Nike, which is the company has been struggling. It's trying to make a comeback, but that chart, does more than I can do to tell you sort of the year that Nike's had, and it's seemingly been more than just 1 year of struggles. This stock was nearly $180 a share 3 years ago. So it's going to have to, turn around, and it may take a little bit of time, but you got to start somewhere. We'll see if this earnings can be the moment that happens. Next one on the list is Lulu. So not really super far from Nike in terms of the type of company. It's fallen on its own struggles as of late. It's pretty much sticker shock when you realize how much this stock has fallen this year from its highs. It opened the year around $500 a share. It's basically lost half that value over the last 9 months now.
Okay, and I have to say that I am probably like the biggest Lululemon enthusiast out there because it used to be the only place I shop, and I've stopped shopping there because they've stopped making new things, and I'm like, wow, look at the stock. Obviously, I'm not the only one in that thinking. Maybe they need to revamp some of their clothing offerings right now. But yeah, if you thought that Nike's chart was disappointing, Lululemon's is astoundingly disappointing because we're down now 48% on the year. We've pulled back about 49% from 52-week highs. Shares are off of lows by almost 17%, but gosh, it has been a painful move to the downside for Lululemon. And unlike Lululemon on earnings calls, we've only seen more and more of this downward pressure, where it seems like in the past, historically, from watching this name very closely as I do, earnings have been a bit of a lift. It has not been the case as of late for Lululemon. So a very different company than I've been used to following. Morgan Stanley today, though, lowering its price target to $314 from $326, keeping an overweight rating. And they said that in advance of Lululemon's upcoming China investor event, which is next week, they conducted a deeper dive into the business positioning as well as the potential growth opportunities in that region. And they came away seeing actually now nearly unprecedented success, which they see as a function of the company's thoughtful and methodical entry into the country. However, while impressive, The work in China also shows the international forward expectations are too high, leading the firm to trim their midterm estimates, which I think is an interesting way to position. Like, they acknowledge the strength in China, but say, hey, maybe we're already pricing this in here.
Yeah, it looks like a general risk off today is probably more the influence, but it doesn't help when you do see that price target slashed. I will say, though, this Morgan Stanley analyst, which is Alex Stratton, is kind of just getting in line with many of his peers. The consensus on the street is around 314, 314.28. As compiled by Bloomberg, and 60% remain in the buy camp, 30% in hold, and just 10% in sell. Now, a couple of the sell equivalent or underperform or those type of ratings are BNP Paribas and Jefferies. Both of them have price targets that are substantially lower than the current share price. The Jefferies analyst 220 and the BNP analyst 194. So if that's the take that path, there's still perhaps even more downside in store for Lulu going forward. Next on the list is Pinterest. This is sort of a next-gen favorite. Jenny, we've talked about this company a lot over the years. I don't know if there's a company that I like to talk about more that I've never really even used, other than when I accidentally click on like a Google results for something. But it's a fun story.
Okay, and I feel like this is an Alex Coffey favorite. I mean, no, it's a me favorite as well, but I feel like this name does get you very excited. Considering, isn't it like the most skewed demographic? It's like 8 in 10 Pinterest users are female, so at least
checks out.
Maybe you represent like the.
You might be making that up, but it checks out to me.
I'm pretty sure it's relatively so high, and actually, I believe their user base is also coming now from like a ton overseas. So Goldman today did add Pinterest to the firm's America's Conviction list, which is another Alex Coffey favorite term.
Oh, yeah.
As part of their monthly update, they did say that they have a buy rating $46 price target. They do believe the company is set to continue to compound its sales growth at a mid to high teens percentage pace and drive steady adjusted EBITDA margin expansion over the next 5 years. But Pinterest's story has been, I would say, maybe a bit more muted when you look at like some of the other social media peers. We're down about 11% this year, trying to recover really over the last month or so, which has been at least beneficial to the fact that we are off of lows by almost 40%, but still off of 52-week highs by 27%, and I mean well off of all-time highs in the same. I mean, it's by 65% now. I believe the all-time high is $66 a share, just to show how far we've fallen.
Couple interesting facts for you. So this is for the year of 2023, though. 80% of the revenue, U.S. and Canada, but only about 20% of the monthly active users. So they're squeezing every penny out of U.S. and Canada, North America, but they're growing tremendously in terms of an active user base overseas. So perhaps something to think about if they are able to monetize that area a little bit more, or perhaps get more users in the U.S. online. Seems they have two kind of areas of attack they can focus on. Get more people in the U.S. because you make a ton of money off them, or find a way to make some more or extract a little bit more from some of those 80% plus users that you have from other places.
Okay, and I misspoke. Their all-time high is $90 a share, so actually a bit worse than 66. But that's a good point, because I did know there was that international component, because again, I'm like, where is all this money coming from? I think I'm like the most loyal Pinterest user I know. I still go on Pinterest all the time, but I'm not exactly sure how they're making money off me. I guess it's probably my data that they're collecting. But last item today is also another one that is, I'm sure, definitely collecting some of our data. That is Shopify, as Barclays did raise its price target to $70 a share from $65, keeping an equal weight rating as part of their third quarter earnings preview for the overall web tools group. The group has continued its strong outperformance now year to date. They also did raise their third quarter volume estimates for Shopify in light of improving consumer data in August and September after a more cautious read they noted back in the month of August. So Shopify, a very different story here, because this name has, I mean, gosh, when you zoom out, it's actually very similar to Pinterest. But when you look at it on a at least year-to-date basis, it's up about 1%. We're off of lows by 73% nearly. But again, yeah, zoom out and look at that 5-year chart, because that shows, I think, more of the story of Shopify.
No, it really does. And this is a company, though, that for the longest time seemed to hang in the background and is now very much more out in front of you now. I think it was Caroline who's talking about how you can get the Shopify app now, keep track of all your different shops. So they're doing a better job of showing you they're there. And they still, of course, are a really key part to the e-commerce infrastructure, which like it or not, seems to be the future for where we're doing business more and more. On the macro front, not a lot has changed from an update standpoint, Jenny, but it does look like, according to Iran State TV, that they do say Iran is likely to launch another attack on Israel. So this is just sort of wave one, and that the attack is ongoing. Markets have sold off just a little bit further, and you do see a little bit more of a spike in crude oil. But all of this within sort of the range of where the trade's been throughout much of the day.
Yeah, like you did mention, some of this pressure sort of picking up here, but not necessarily things sliding by any means. We'll keep an update on the macro front as well as the situation happening overseas. But we'll be diving more into our upvotes. Coming up next, we'll be looking at Pinterest as well as we will also be looking at Nike, of course, ahead of their earnings. Stick around, Next Gen Investing. I'll be right back.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for our Chartmaster segment. Today we are diving into the technicals on both Nike as well as Pinterest. And so here joining me is the Chartmaster himself, Rick Ducat, to talk about Nike first, because Nike has earnings out today. Of course, they're like our last savior of earnings. And so I'm excited for this one because I have to say that given the comparison to Nike between Lululemon right now, Nike's actually looking like the winner, and I would have never thought I'd be saying those words. So Rick, walk us through what you're seeing from a technical front.
Well, you know, for the most part, this chart has been trending down since we hit those yearly highs at 123.39, where our blue line begins, trending downward across this area here where we had some consolidation and then ultimately moving lower. Big gap downward on earnings here. We had some, some more positive news, CEO changes, etc., and then a moderately steepening uptrend. You can see we had our purple line here, which was a more shallow slope and has since given way to our white line, which is a more steep slope. So we broke above our previous highs right here near 85.39. We also saw some heavy volume when we had this gap up here, which speaks to conviction on the part of traders. So that's more of a positive sign for the bulls there, that you want to see heavy volume on big moves to the upside if you're bullish here. So, today, not really doing a whole lot, not any big changes in our price action here so far, mostly just sticking to the uptrend. We're above our moving averages. The moving averages are trending up for the most part. The only holdout is that we have the purple 252-day EMA shortly to the upside here. So that would be kind of the next hurdle to clear for this stock.
Yeah, so as far as now, when we look at the overall momentum and obviously hoping for some type of upward recovery here for Nike shares, what are you seeing as far as RSI?
RSI, our measure of momentum here, is showing some interesting behavior. First of all, we were spending a relatively large amount of time in that oversold area, speaking to the weakness that we saw after this earnings event here. Really took a beating after that point, but really didn't move that much lower, So we had the initial severe move to the downside, then kind of bottomed out near, the mid 70 or like the low 70 range rather, before ultimately hitting 70.75. Then we managed to make our way to the upside here, a pretty quick turnaround here where we went all the way into the overbought area next. Now we have this green sloping upward trend line here. We are once again in the overbought area. That is what you would want to see if you're bullish here. A trending market moving into the overbought area, usually regarded as a sign of strength. So this is a good sign for bulls. Watch for the crossover back below that overbought area, that threshold of 70. That would be the more bearish signal here. So be on the lookout for that.
Okay, Nike shares obviously making around a 0.6% move to the upside today, but as far as now levels we're watching here, and I think we're expecting some degree of volatility with earnings, but I didn't see any analysts that are super optimistic on this report. So what are we watching here now going forward for Nike support and resistance, Rick?
Sure. So the first area to the upside is that what I mentioned before, our purple 252-day exponential moving average. From there, we've also got this red line here that represents the low point that we saw before we had the gap downward. Also, thick red line here, volume profile, point of control, our area of heaviest trading here, another key resistance area to look for a potential slowdown in the upward trajectory of this stock here. So quite a bit going on between like 92.50 to 94.50 or so, like a $2 range or so, to be on the lookout to the upside. Then we have another gap here. That was the low point that we had before. Another gap down. So this pink line, 99.76, could be another area to keep your eye on. To the downside, we've got our green line here, a high point and then a subsequent low point after the line was breached. So 85.39 could be one area to watch for a foothold here. And then we've got below that our moving averages, our yellow 21-day, orange 63-day, between like 82.85 to 84.50 or so. That's another spot to watch for support.
Okay, yeah, so a lot to look at here with Nike and obviously hoping for the recovery, but earnings have not been that upward catalyst, at least not as of this past year or so. So with all this in mind now, Alex, walk us through what you think about trading the same for example purposes, of course.
Yeah, what I took from that chart was there's a lot of noise going on in Nike right now, and perhaps earnings aren't going to provide that much clarity either. Even if they're better than expected, it's still declining more than likely. So the picture might be improving, but still be disappointing when it comes to Nike. So I looked at a neutral strategy, selling an iron condor, the 83.80 put vertical all this Friday with the 95.98 call vertical, $3 wide on each side, collecting $1, 2-to-1 risk reward, break evens 82 and 96 on this one, Jenny. So pretty straightforward. Equal distant iron condor, no attitude here, trying to center the strikes using some of those levels that Rick talked about, but also having the current share price pretty close to in the middle of those two short strikes, looking for this earnings event to be less noisy than this chart's been recently.
I know it has been noisy, and I think it's a pretty brutal chart, I will say, like from a trend perspective, because it doesn't really give you a whole lot. But now we'll look at Pinterest, which has also not been exactly crushing it this year as we are lower year to date. This chart a bit more straightforward though, Rick, so walk us through what you're seeing here.
So this one is a bit of a different beast than our last chart here. You can see that we did have a pretty big range from our low point down there near 23.59 all the way to our high point near 45. once again, like so many other charts here, we are in a downtrend that began with those 52-week highs here. You can see our blue trend line moving lower here. But within the past couple days, 3 days here, we have pushed above that blue line here and invalidated it. So now we are kind of struggling to stay above that area here. The more recent price action is a upward channel here, giving us this shape that kind of encompasses our price action. Drew a conventional trend line going across the lows, duplicated it, put it across the highs. Happens to match up pretty well here. Common trick to use in your trading to project support or resistance depending on whether you're moving up or down. So we also did stop at a pretty interesting point today so far. Not only was it at our upper level of our channel, also the purple 252-day EMA gave us a bit of a ceiling here. So we did not crack that crucial moving average here. Although we are above our yellow 21-day, we are also giving up the orange 63-day EMA today and retreating back to these old highs near 32.72. So all in all, to sum it all up, pretty disappointing price action today for people who are looking for a bullish breakout.
Yeah, and especially considering we are up about 1.3% here and attempting to hang on as markets do see some of the selling persist. But when we watch overall then momentum here, what are you seeing with Pinterest?
RSI, we had a pretty long-term downward sloping trend line here starting with this high point going down across those subsequent peaks. So you can see that we did invalidate that one. And also looking back here, we had once again a pretty lengthy stay in that oversold area. However, we did manage to kind of climb out of it. Price made a higher low, RSI followed suit. Now we are above that 50 midline, switching back from bearish to bullish momentum here. The next step would be across into the overbought area. That would be the next sign of potential strength here. But really, the thing that needs to happen is for price to push above this channel boundary here, and for RSI to make a new relative high over its previous peak from a few days ago here. That's kind of the near-term situation that the bulls would want to see develop.
Okay, yeah, so last but not least here, when we're watching for some key levels, Pinterest, we obviously don't have earnings on the near term, but this name, I mean, can move on its own accord. We see overall macro activity a lot of times like dominate some of these companies, and Pinterest is no exception, which is relatively like a definitely high volume play or high volatility play, excuse me. But as far as some levels we're watching now going forward, what are you keeping on your radar?
The upside's a little easier in this case. I already kind of touched on this area that we need to overcome. So now, not only do we have to take out the 63-day EMA, this area is even more important, right near like 34.25 or so, because it's our channel boundary and our purple 252-day EMA. So we've also got volume profile point of control just above 35.35, and then after we had our gap down, the high point that price reached 36.11, our red line here. That's the more longer term perhaps place to be looking for potential resistance. That's where we would want to break out from. To the downside, as I said before as well, we had our old highs. That gives us our green line near 32.72. That's kind of where we are right now here. So this will be a crucial point to hold as we conclude this trading day here. Beyond that, yellow 21-day EMA near 31.26. Then our next set of lows near about 28.50 at our light green line.
Okay, yeah, and a lot to look at here when it comes to Pinterest shares. Appreciate the breakdown. As always, Rick Duquette, our chart master. So now we trade this name, Alex, and we are moving today to the upside. We're giving up a lot of that strength actually here in real time as we just erased around 0.3% with the overall market. But this analyst today at Goldman does have a $46 price target. So that would be above its 52-week high. So leaning into this optimism for example purposes today, walk us through your thinking.
Looking at a shorter term trade here, Jenny, on this one, buying a call vertical in the stock, 31.34 monthly for October. So just a few weeks away, of course, because it's October 1st today. October 18th, the expiration. So 3 Fridays from now. $1.50 debit, risk 150 with a chance to make upwards of 150. 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. Break even would be at 32.5. If you looked at the current share price of Pinterest, well, it's 32.70. So it's basically in line with the current share price as well, which is sort of one of our loose guidelines for this strategy. trying to set it up in a way when there's one in the money, one out of the money, that you have equal risk to reward and a break even that's pretty close to the current share price. We accomplished that here with this example trade, Jenny. You need to move towards 34 to make 150, and your risk stops below 31 and is limited to 150. So want some more upside if you do a trade like this.
Yeah, and a good way to look at two different ways to play, of course, more neutral strategy with Nike and then a more bullish strategy, for example, purposes with Pinterest. But we'll leave it there for Chartmaster, and coming up next, it's time to talk Apple for FOMO, which is having a relatively gloomy start to the month of October thus far, as we're down about 4%. Some of that selling persisting today, with the overall market now down over 2% in the NASDAQ. So we'll dive more into some of that pressure we're seeing with Caroline Woods coming up next.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips.
NIXX halted.
Schwab investing
NIXX will resume at 13 hours, 31 minutes
up to
and 8
25
seconds.
stocks in just a few clicks.
Get each and every angle, the whole picture. Everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging with Schwab Network's by-the-numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Markets, as we are seeing the four major averages significantly lower, nearing their session lows, approaching them rather quickly here, with the S&Ps down about 1.35%. NASDAQ also down about 2% slightly over right now as the largest laggard of the session. Russell down about 1.9%. And the Dow here is down around 7%, let's call it 0.75% on the session. So some of the selling picking up, still off of session lows, but dangerously close here now, Alex.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the crude oil has fallen off of its session highs quite substantially. It's down about 80 cents from those session highs. So that's almost let's call it a full percent. So interesting. We'll keep watching that. There's not a ton that's coming across. I have a newswire up on here that I'm monitoring to see headlines that come through. And the last, let's call it 10 minutes or so, the only thing I guess that we haven't given to viewers is there was from Bloomberg First Word, Biden monitoring Iranian attack against Israel, NSC says, and Biden directed U.S. military to aid Israel defense against Iran. So it could be that second one if there is this fear of U.S. perhaps escalating involvement that could weigh on stocks a little bit more, but we'll see as more and more updates come. Nothing really new over the last 10 minutes.
Right, no new developments here, and I will say that we are looking at now Apple specifically for FOMO, which is just off of its session lows by about now, 20 cents a share. So it's just basically sitting at session lows. So here now to discuss more on some of the weakness we are seeing with Apple, we'll be stepping away from some of the macro unless we have more updates, is Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent for the network. So Caroline, our second time talking Apple today, and I think it's like our fourth of just the last two sessions. We had positive news yesterday. Today is more of that negative camp of analysts. So walk us through what you're seeing.
Yes, and Jenny, Apple shares are erasing all of yesterday's gains and then some, with shares down almost 4% right now on some kind of negative news from an analyst in terms of what iPhone 16 demand is looking like. So Apple's the second worst performer in the Mag 7 behind NVIDIA. NVIDIA is actually doing worse today. But Barclays was out with a note signaling that demand for iPhone 16 may be weaker than hoped. So, of course, a lot of this year's gains have been due to bullishness that's linked to the 16 with Apple Intelligence. The goal was for those new AI features, when they're finally available, to reinvigorate declining iPhone sales. But Barclays says its channel checks indicate that iPhone 16 orders have been cut for the December quarter at a key Taiwanese supplier, saying they may have cut by roughly 3 million units at this key for a key semiconductor component in iPhones for the quarter, which, if confirmed, would be the earliest build cut in recent history, saying it's likely indicative of weak demand. Also, their sell-through checks point to 15% declines year over year for global iPhone 16 sales in the first few weeks of selling. It also tracked iPhone availability across geographies globally, which suggests softer demand for the 16 relative to last year, obviously compared to the 15 launch. They also had already previously noted shorter lead times for the 16s,
GDS.
which is also kind of a demand indicator according to analysts. So kept an underweight rating on shares, the only sell rating or equivalent on the street, with a $186 price target. Now, you mentioned yesterday, obviously shares gained on a more bullish note from Morgan Stanley, although that note from the Morgan Stanley analyst did say that lead times as of September 27th, so a few days ago, were still tracking lower than the past 3 iPhone cycles, which of course would be pointing to signs of sluggish demand. But that analyst said that they saw iPhone 16 Pro and Pro Max models are now extending or stabilizing across all regions, and that's good news because obviously those are the more expensive iPhones, which increases the average selling price. So they said that that's an unexpectedly positive development. But this seems to be weighing on shares. Obviously, the market's overall pretty weak outside of energy and defense, right? So I think that it's kind of could be in part to this analyst note, but also just could be in part to the broader selling that we're seeing. But certainly not good news from this Barclays analyst if it rings true. Apple doesn't report until the end of this month, so we have a month to speculate, but it's certainly
ZIM. NXT.
CNF.
PDD.
SLXN.
NXT. YRD. PDD.
RES.
BILI.
GGG. PABS.
BZ.
PT.
ZIM. NXT. ZIM. NBR. BILI. BILI. BILI.
PCTX.
GDS. GDS.
ADD.
DSY halted. DSY will resume at 14 hours 11 minutes and 55 seconds.
SLNH.
NXT.
ONDS. TCTM. FEAM.
DSY may resume in less than a minute.
CNTA. NMTC.
NXT. SPRY.
ZCMD.
TGS. YINN. BILI. YINN. BILI. EOLS. YINN. BILI. YINN. YINN.
NCI.
YINN. BILI. ZCMD. YINN. NNE. ZCMD. BILI. HIMS. NNE. NNE. Duo halted. DUO will resume at 14 hours 35 minutes and 28 seconds. NIO.
EFSH. DERM.
NNE. YINN. NNE. YINN. VIOT. NIO. DUO may resume in less than a minute. Duo halted. DUO will resume at 14 hours 40 minutes and 55 seconds. DUO may resume in less than a minute.
XCH.
XCH. OVV. OVV. GCT. OVV. GCT.
GIFT.
GCT.
AREC.
RNA. YINN. Duo halted. DUO will resume at 14 hours 51 minutes and 55 seconds. YINN. 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 BEKE. 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 DUO may resume in less than a minute.
AXDX.
UNFI. BILI. BEKE. BILI. BEKE. UNFI. BILI. BILI. UNFI. UNFI. YINN. UNFI. FUTU. UNFI. UNFI.
INDA.
WB.
TNON.
BILI. BEKE. EOLS. COLL. BEKE. BILI. UNFI.
IPW.
FUTU. FUTU. BEKE. Duo halted. DUO will resume at 15 hours 13 minutes and 29 seconds. TAL. GCT. HIMS. PAVS. FUTU. HIMS. YINN. BILI. HIMS. PAVS. FUTU. QMMM. PAVS. LI. FUTU. LBPH. BILI. PAVS. FUTU. DUO may resume in less than a minute.
CCG.
TNON. PAVS. LI.
VNRX. PPBT.
TSE.
MIRA. LBPH. AZTR.
PAVS. PAVS. BEKE. BEKE. WGS. BEKE. PAVS. UNFI. LBPH. BILI.
SLXN.
OVV.
JFIN.
OVV. PAVS. PAVS. PAVS.
ARCT.
ARCT. METC. Xena halted. ZENA will resume at 15 hours 37 minutes and 2 seconds.
SXTC. UNFI.
SLXN may resume in less than a minute. PAVS. FUTU. FUTU. UNFI. GCT.
TKLF.
UNFI. APLT.
OCFT. YI.
BEKE. FUTU.
AUST.
BEKE.
PWM.
BEKE. FUTU. FUTU.
OCTO.
JFIN. BEKE.
JWEL.
BEKE. XPEV. HIMS. BILI. OCFT.
GDHG.
BILI. NIO. BILI. LB. REPL.
NOTB.
SIGA. REPL. WB. EONR. WB. LB. BEKE. GSM.